Hello, welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney number 2. We are here in between the trials. This is day 2 investigation. I think it's the second investigation. Yeah. And we just got a big spoiler bomb that just got launched at us. So I guess there's that. You know, if you're randomly clicking this part and you don't want spoilers, get out. Go, leave. Go to the other ones. Go watch the other episodes. All right, so essentially, the assistant to Mr. John Reaper over here is Kazuma, who is apparently suffering from amnesia. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know what's going on. He reacted to his name. It's fucking insane and crazy and bonkers. And now we're here at Enoch Drebber's house, who might be the professor who, you know, killed Von Zeke's brother and then killed the real Enoch Drebber to escape because there's an inconsistency in his hair. It apparently turned white overnight, but that doesn't really happen. So, I don't know. It's crazy. But I apologize for being late today. It doesn't matter if you're watching this on the VOD channel, but I was a bit late, and that's because there was a season premiere for a series I really like on YouTube. So that's what I was doing. Shout out Legends of Evantris. I really love the new season premiere for Witchlight. So there's that. Highly recommend. But yes, here we are at Enoch Drebber's workshop. So, we will see how long we're gonna go today. It's 3:40 p.m. So I'm gonna say we're gonna go to about 8 o'clock, maybe 7. So you know, 4 hours, and it'll be a riot. So let's hop right in, shall we? Oh, what's the? I don't know what the sound is at. It sounds a bit quiet. Let me check real quick. Oh, right, and I'm gonna have to keep an eye on my phone as well because the Switch GameCube controller pre-orders go live today, so I kind of want to get one. I'm feeling like I'm probably gonna get one for the funds. I don't know. I kind of want one, you know, but, should I? I don't know. I can fix it. So yeah, I'm going to pay attention to that. But, yeah, so let's go, shall we? That looks like Le Machine. Le Machine? The funny machine that did the big smoke bomb. Okay, I did ping to the Discord. Just had to check. Sorry. No more delays. Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Can we just stop? Can we like shorten that to this or something?
Indeed, it would appear to be so. Though only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, so you got here then? Gina, well done finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Bodacious T who's the miracle worker.
Yes, exactly right, Bodacious T. You're correct. I wonder if anybody's gotten that reference. It's a pretty, I don't know, it's a pretty simple reference.
Oh, I thought the lot of you would show up here before long.
Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. Oh yeah, it really is. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate.
According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to the clue you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you. Also, Gina's standing right there. Didn't you want her not to know about that?
Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'll get cracking. Von Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak.
Them again.
I imagine you got the picture by now. You don't take too kindly to lawyer types.
Right.
So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes? Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model.
Look at him, he's a waxwork model. Yeah, you can't blame the guy. Right then, let's see what we can find. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum.
Ah, this appears to be a most interesting... yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say?
It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away.
It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor.
Oh.
Would you like a massage?
No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much to this Anti-Grav character than just conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course.
He's not gonna let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
Bum ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 bum. But is it for Mr. Drebber, There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Dr. Drebber was a very talented scientist. But is that true, though? But is that the truth? Well, there seems to be nothing conspicuous about this. Wait, did I check the bottom? There's nothing there. Okay. Oh! Arrows! This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose?
Crossbow bolts, these. Ain't just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words...
Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scheme of the whole scam.
Oh boy. Oh boy!
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, that machine is covered by the Special Suspension for Scientific Equipment Act. There could be a very serious repercussion if you were to examine it from the crown of the government.
Oh, those two don't seem to be holding back.
It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices, or any deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose change dropped on the floor, nothing. Not even a bone for bodacious tea here. Oh, my dear fella. British people are very ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Miss Susato. Go up. Look how pretty. Just no reason, just see it. Yeah, cool. This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, it looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way here from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have the lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. No one's given it to you.
Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Never mind. He's back there.
Oh,
Is something wrong, Miss Susato?
well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of the door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it, no. What you reckon, Bodacious T?
Exactly right.
Right, mind the grease.
Sounds like somebody's trapped in there, maybe.
Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard.
Is it a horse? Who's clomping in there? Only horses clomp. I think they just left, maybe.
Oh my, someone is in there.
Oh, this rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will.
I'm confused minutes with seconds, I think.
Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow.
Yes. I probably should have talked to Gregson before we went through there. What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down?
What? There ain't no one in here at all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard noises.
Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door to this room.
He's an engineer. I'd look on the ceiling to the left. There are footprints.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high.
I'm guessing the room turns. What's that up there? Are those footprints?
Blow me, what do we have here then?
Blow me. Gregson, not right now.
Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what?
To that Professor Hairbrain's balmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. Something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of the pillar.
A rope. What's significant about that?
Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too.
Yeah, should we look at the fucking bomb? The bomba? Mr. Sholmes, have you found something?
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this?
Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Oh god, they don't know what a ticking time bomb is? Oh, we're all dead. We're dead. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped in a... Miss Susato, what's the matter?
That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What? Did you say?
A time bomb?
Sorry, but what's a time bomb exactly?
Yay! You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, you really put the joy in my Angelicas, don't you?
I will not take that as a compliment.
You don't know nothing, do you, Odo?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina?
I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb. Though I must confess, it has a very similar appearance.
Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see, so that's it.
Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
No, I'm just hungry. I was thinking of what kind of pie I would get later with my shillings. Oh, but there are times when I consider my lot most unfair. Most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato.
Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming.
Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you?
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade.
That is a funny face. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato.
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Here we go again. Flipped furniture.
It's plain to see that this room is in a complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything's upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth.
This is a really cool look. There is a safe code on the chair, by the way, 43258. Looks like maybe another 5 or something.
But the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
Are we gonna be doing all this and then it is a real bomb?
But then why does it have a clock on it?
Most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need not look further into the, sorry, my deductions kind of, topple my brain. I'm too excited. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find the room. The direction in gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed.
I don't really think that gravity reversed, but from what I can see, maybe the room was turned around. Like it's some kind of feat in engineering where the whole room twists. I don't know. Or maybe he was just looking for that safe code and that's why everything's fucked up. But then it doesn't really explain the footprint on the wall, unless he threw the shoes up there. That'd be silly.
Now, let us consider another conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there's but one way out of this room. One way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. Philosophically. There we go, I said it fully. Instead of phonokinetically. But the man was concerned with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option.
Hello, Cumcat.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than a rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling.
Or climb out.
Which explains how Drebber was able to successfully escape the room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now. Just for fun.
Alright, let's see what really happened now, I think.
Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Kirby's tilt and tumble, if you will.
She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me.
I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
Well, that was... okay. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? Oh, thank you, Cumcat. I thought you were already following.
I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
But your whole deduction hinges on it.
Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy.
Yeah, I've got a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato lent me once.
Objection!
Okay.
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, the spell's broken at last.
The rope you found on the floor... The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Ah, indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Well, it was a rope that can untie itself, of course. Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find, do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled.
The argument is is as circular as the coils of rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly, before Anti-Grav gets too far away. Yeah, I'm sure this isn't taking much time at all. I'm sure we're fine to keep going. For another, like, couple hours. He won't get far. I doubt he'll get far.
Herlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction.
Hold it, Mr. Sholmes! It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray.
The bed, the table, and the chairs, oh, and the lamp, and everything is upside down.
Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling.
Alright, we can skip all this. Let's go to the... yeah, here we go. Gotta get to our new point. This is all reuse. Really good animation, by the way. Love it. When he walked through the furniture, like, reverse falling, that was pure cinema.
To think that gravity could have reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Yeah, that's usually merciless of you, Miss Susato.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
My mic stand is so wiggly and woggly. Don't fall. It seems tightened.
Well, let's
see if examining this Yoshi's Topsy-Turvy scene a little more closely. Let's see if it reveals some proof that shows exactly what the anti-gravity in this room was, what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Well, we get an upright vase, large safe. I guess the vase is what it wants.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole busyness.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, are you Aina? You've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps?
No one's trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in this room is upside down. This unassuming, slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor.
True. And it's the exception that breaks the rule.
In short, as much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! Oh, damn you, modern science! It pains me so very much that I won't be around for anti-gravity devices.
My deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not, in fact, an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility.
You don't say.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here.
Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that?
Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device.
He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with this, doesn't it? Doesn't he? Isn't he? I got there in the end, Miss Usato. You can't make fun of me.
Well, I'm afraid that your ineptitude aside, the lure of the fascinating scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever did it must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Yeah, I already saw the answer. It's that.
Take that!
It's the safe combination. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination.
Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not?
Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down inside of a cover of a book, just in case.
That's it, for people who are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
And what pray happened next, Mr. Naruhodo?
On the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it, for people who are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted down things.
Not if you always note things in the same place.
I actually won the second prize, you know.
But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn the... Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now.
Oh, it was a 2. 432582.
Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it down on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one.
Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe.
Find the safe combination. Solved!
Now, let us consider the next conundrum.
Which we can probably skip because it's promptly going to just be the same.
Well, if a change of direction and gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there?
Yeah, I feel as though this particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. No, life was much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. W. Oh. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it seems to be a real balloon.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up.
Green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me?
If you can see, there are footprints on the side of this balloon, too. Look.
Yeah, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. Oh, shoo. It's hard to believe, but
There's a shoe up there, look!
Oh, yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon, too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
if so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anybody be throwing shoes at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
The shoe! Hey, I was right, didn't I say that? Didn't I say he was literally throwing shoes? And it made the impressions? I'm a genius. I mean, it was the only logical explanation without the whole room shifting, but, I'm a genius.
And on closer inspection, these are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never at the skylight at all, but at the balloon.
But for what purpose?
For what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat like familiar data.
It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
And inside the green balloon that Master Guts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway.
But the balloon's out of reach.
Hence why they resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there were a way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us to the ground?
That is much easier said than done, I feel.
Throw it through the little hole between, you know, the balloon and the carriage, and then somebody else grab the other side, and then you pull it down. Doesn't seem that hard to me.
It could take us a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more sufficient method. Surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? The screwdriver? Just throw the screwdriver at it. That can't...
Take that!
Oh my god. No, okay. The crossbow? The crossbow?
Take that!
Oh yeah, the crossbow, okay. Oh yeah, we can use a bolt. Oh, we don't have to use the stupid screwdriver. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber.
If the man had only brought it away with him that day, too, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time like this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon?
Is it a birdcage? Oh! It's the helmet of the wax guy! Oh my god. It's the professor's head. I knew it! He had the professor's fucking head. He was the guy who kidnapped the professor. A waxwork?
Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock.
Oh, so maybe he put that mask on so nobody would see inside that they look exactly identical.
Because they're the same person!
I'm not letting go of this theory. I'm not letting go. It's gotta be the case. That's gotta be it. I'm onto it. I know I am. Is my controller charged, by the way? It is. Fantastic. Oh yeah, I took a screenshot of Croc and then I didn't even end up using it for the thumbnail. My bad. I forgot about that. I just used something else. So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model.
Does that mean...
Oh my goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Miss Susato. Excellent.
Ah, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yeah.
But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, sans tete, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Gotta get this freaking helmet off of it.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this venture.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Drebber?
As it seems quite possible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction.
He's in the safe. He's hiding in the safe. Nick Drebber's right here somewhere in this room?
Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course. Must be the... large save. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here.
Which tells us the engineer must still be in the building at this point in time.
He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe.
And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
There we go. Wow, what a deduction. That was probably the best deduction so far. I love that one. That was fun.
Elementary! Of course, my dear Naruhodo. God fucking damn it! How'd you figure me out, you stupid fuck? You were talking about anti-gravity, now you figured out I'm in my goddamn safe. Now you figured out I'm in my goddamn safe. God, you go sick. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
Well, let's see. The combination was
432582.
I knew that.
Alright, here goes. Is he gonna be dead? No, he's just chilling.
You found me.
What about the bomb? Ooh. Cool. Cyborg. What is he doing? He's going ham.
Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume?
Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork to Madame Tuspel as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions.
I feel like that's a better voice for him.
Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
Deactivate?
Your parcel?
I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position.
Ah.
I see. Stunned silence.
You're all gearing up to die with me then?
No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare.
That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to get us? Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't even exist.
Phew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Trevor.
What fails to click with me is how you are able to locate my workshop that I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Ha! That would have been me.
Oh.
For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today.
No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down.
We also found a rope over by the wall.
Oh, yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly, the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters.
After that, you hid yourself in the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking.
Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
Is he not even gonna, like, oppose it? So he's just straight up that guy? Wow, there's really nothing I can do here, is there? Huh. Well, there's a latch and a lock. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove this mask yourself. It was up to you.
What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal.
I know, it's starting to make me feel, it's starting to make me livid, actually.
Mr. Naruhodo, please.
I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden, you'd be utterly helpless.
Well, yes, that's true, but I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Got a death wish, do you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide in this safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely.
But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow for the door to be unlocked from within.
Ah, so it is.
I'd always intended to blow this place to smithers in case. I just wasn't expecting an invited guest to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean?
Most people run usually when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Ugh.
I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Why are you looking at me with those tired eyes? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth?
I think we have a fairly good idea on what's going on here now. What about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity.
Don't be a little trickster. I'm pretty sure it's him. I think he put the mask on it. Unless said otherwise. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Oh, yes, well...
Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team's here. You know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer to access him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once.
My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe?
Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? You should just assume he knows everyone.
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. Get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes?
It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands.
I said get out! Now, all of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb sitting here that this lot disarmed.
Inspector.
Ha ha ha. Something giving you a chuckle, is it, Trevor?
So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. Why is sorry highlighted? You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one.
What are you... That one? You mean...
Ha 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 ha.
Oh! Uh-oh! Ah! Oh! Oh, there's a bomb in that! Oh, fuck! No! Not get out of there, Bobbies! Oh, fuck! Wow! Oh!
It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Hairbrain's invention and all of its secrets were blown away forever. Oh my god! Jesus! Oh, that just got nuked? Okay, alright. Well, that makes things a bit harder, doesn't it? Especially since, you know, the one we have here is just empty. Is a shell. That other one definitely had, you know, a platform that would open up. We have half-burnt blueprints, but that's about it. God motherfucking damn. 9:11 a.m.
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here.
Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to stay calm and remain in court today.
Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again.
Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter?
Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction?
Oh, sorry, I don't follow.
Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation. Across at some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree.
Well, if I must agree, then.
As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me out of bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my, Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
Oh, poor Sholmes. Bro just wants a little admiration, man. Can you blame him? Give the dog a pat on his head. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Ah, Gregson, my dear fellow. Why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know!
Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked me for.
What paperwork?
I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers?
Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy.
He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago, and it was all done under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, much obliged, Gregson. A slowly lot of the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course.
My dog's going ham. I might have to go up and check what that's all about.
Give him a spank on the bottom.
No, of course not, but definitely, you know, tell him off or something. Because he is going wild. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're gonna lay it all to rest at last.
I wish you the best of luck, Professor.
I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber.
Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness.
I'm still amazed that you managed to fight him in just one day. I really owe you both so much.
Counsel, the defendant! The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once.
Oh boy. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Oh boy. But I can't let that distract me from the... I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right, Cosma should be here too. Oh, fuck. Condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality, pseudonym the Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Courtney Stevens? Shouldn't that be Courtney Scythe? Not Stevens. What's that all about? Well, before we get into this jaw-dropping trial, I'll take a quick break. I do need to go pee as well, so I will quickly do that, and then we will be back to see this trial through. It's been a little quiet today, but to be expected, I kind of started late. It's alright. I hope everybody in the VOD Frogs is enjoying. Yeah, skip to where the BRB's off, and then you can keep it going. Everybody live, you'll just have to sit tight and wait. Alright, I'll be back. What up? I'm back. Back. Headphone cables are mixed up. Yo, what up? Okay, let's hop back in, shall we? I'm kind of, in my head, I'm going over, like, I have an extra energy drink in my fridge, and I'm about to get groceries, so, you know, I could theoretically have it. I'm kind of craving it. But I've already had one earlier today. To be fair, that was at like 12, and now it's like 5, so, you know, that's enough time, I think. God, I really want it. It's so tasty. Ooh. I don't know. I need a devil and an angel on my shoulder. I can't make up my mind. Like, either I do it, or I don't. You know, just do it, or don't. Ba ba ba. Curiously, I've been looking at my Nintendo store for the NSO GameCube controller. I'm also just going back and forth on that, like, do I need it? But I do want it, because it would be really cool to play GameCube games with the GameCube controller. Mostly, I want to do, like, Luigi's Mansion and Wind Waker and all that, you know. It would be nice to play that traditionally, especially Luigi's Mansion, since that was developed for, or the GameCube controller was developed for Luigi's Mansion, one way or the other. Yeah, really want it. But yes, let's keep going, shall we? And you know what? Today is a day of indulging, so I'm gonna have my drink. I can't have my Diet Dr. Kelp without my drink. Oh wait, that was the drink. I can't have my Krusty Krab pizza without my Diet Dr. Kelp. And it's got a 3.5 health star rating, which is... Why does it have that high? Really? maybe it's actually good for me and I'm allowed. 3.5, that's insane. For an energy drink? Really? Huh. 155 milligrams of caffeine. I'm sure that's irrelevant. I'm sure that's irrelevant to anything involved here. I'm sure 310 grams of protein's fine. Protein? Caffeine? Of course, I mean. Protein. You can never have too much protein, or caffeine, for that matter. So, you know, I think I get time for a little bit. Maybe, oh, here we go. There we go, it's open now. There's no going back now. So good. I haven't had this flavor in a very long time, and I bought 3 of them the other day. Had one yesterday. I had one today, and we're having another one. I'm being a little bit of a bad boy. It's not a good thing to do. I do not recommend it. Please do not drink multiple energy drinks in one day. And if you do, cap yourself at 2. Alright, that's what I do. You know, if I like need it or really, really want it, like today, I cap at 2. 3 or more is way too much. Alright? So please, drink caffeine responsibly. Or at least more responsibly than me. Or not at all. If you cut caffeine instantly and never, imbibe it, then you'll never need it, you know? However, I'm an unfortunate soul, and now I can't really live without it. Not that I would want to live without it. It makes my days infinitely better. Alright. Enough about that. Let's get into it.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, who, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are there counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
Oh shit, Cosmo's fucking there, bro. He's there, he's right there.
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably.
Oh, he does indeed have a sword as well.
I, therefore, instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of this trial.
And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it.
The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else.
But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but no, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Well, you know, we got him, but, you know.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing.
To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Many face like this would be the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one, that's it, isn't it?
Was it not this, Marty? Was it not this at all? If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine was installed on the experimentation stage. Was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. Was it what? An explosion? Oh, sorry, that was my voice. This is an outrage. An explosion. Nice. What I sound like, sort of. Like, a little like that. I don't know. Oh, so many different characters in my bloody head. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes and flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
And yes, there was a hole.
Yes, a terrible busyness.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he?
That Anti-Grav.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Very good.
Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial.
I like how me and Kazuma are directly, across from each other. That's thematic.
As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. The accused himself, who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, Counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Anti-Grav, and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Asman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant.
Thank you, Counsel. The position of both the prosecution and defense has been clearly stated. Lord Van Dijk, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Anti-Grav, to the stand.
No objection, huh? No objection to what I have to say. Okay, all right. All right.
State your name and occupation for the court.
Name, Anti-Grav. Occupation. Hard to pin down. I would say... That's all right, Kakaiden. Don't worry, you can always, wind back the clock on the VOD. Of course, these all go up on YouTube on the archive channel, so, if you need. All the Ace Attorney playthrough is over there. 1 through Investigations, through here. Through Apollo's trilogy as well. Every single one is over there. Actually, wait. What's this one? I think this is part 93, I think, of the Ace Attorney series that's up on YouTube. Wait, let me check. I think so. Fuck, I hate the YouTube Studios app. I don't know where to go. Content. Oh, there we go. No, this is the 94th. This is the 94th Ace Attorney. 94th Ace Attorney stream. There's like over 500 hours of Ace Attorney content on the YouTube channel. If anyone who cares to check that out. God, Capcom, you're gonna force more Ace Attorney down my throat, and I couldn't be happier. I can't wait for the next one. That's surely in development. Surely. And yes, his design is so sick. I love that he's like an old-timey cyborg-ish type character. Which would fit with my zombie theory that he's actually, the professor who killed the real Anti-Grav and took his place. Coincidentally, the head of the professor is being concealed by a big, funny middle plate helmet.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinarily sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind.
You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high-voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration?
Yes, you could say that I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? Sorry, weren't there many witnesses when he profusely proclaimed there was another bomb? Am I wrong about that? We were all there, but also the forensic investigation team was also present for that. So I don't know why he's playing dumb.
It was you, Mr. Grav, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Also, our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
And the court will be very interested to hear what your thoughts are about the machine, I'm sure.
Well, the nuclear device was a bit of a strange addition that I definitely did not implant myself. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that was very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection! We've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by the means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method that demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
But nothing. He got you, buddy. He's got you. He's got us by the balls, if you will.
We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration of the great exhibition. Understood.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, though, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, I would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? I think my theory is correct, you guys. I think it's correct. He stole the body of the professor to be his body double because he is the professor. I damn it. That's why he didn't steal the other one. And he was really on stage. Well, Asman was on stage. Oh, wait, no, Asman was the body double. Wait. Fuck. Wait, no, fuck. No, it was Asman who needed the body double, right? Damn it. So close. Damn it. I got ahead of myself. Well, it could still be true. I'm not crazy. I'm Charlie Day with all the Pepe Sylvia notes. I'm not crazy, I know. It's a far-off shot, but it's gotta be true. Hey, Big Boss. No, it had to have been Asman's body double. And Asman couldn't have been the professor, could he? Oh, die as man? He did die as man. I think my version of the events is a little more intriguing, but I don't know where that would leave us because this is only the third act, so you know, I have no idea. But this case is supposedly gonna blow the whole thing out of the water. Oh, the gravity deduction was awesome. I did deliberately compliment how the animation in that scene. I can see where they spent all the budget and why the second trial kind of sucked. It didn't suck, just how it was reused characters mostly. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
A body double?
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's the basic conjuring principle. The description cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings.
They actually looked into the evil twin theory. God.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such tellings do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trevor.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic on the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If my hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Time to wake up, Mr. Freeman. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was...
An unfortunate accident? Oh, of course. A deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science. Prepare for unforeseen consequences.
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
And if you don't figure out whether Half-Life 3 is happening or not, I will go bonkers, I'll go crazy.
Alrighty, Rudy. Alrighty, Roo. I didn't look at this yet. Let's see here. So we got a hole. 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 We got a hole. Bow, 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 bow. We still have the waxwork head. I wonder who it's gonna be. It's gonna be literally a Scooby-Doo, where we take the mask off. We gotta find the key first, but, you know.
Hold it!
I'm supposing it probably happens this trial since it's to do with the Waxwork Museum. Unless that is the next case? But it seems like we already figured that out. Nah, it can't be. I think it's all gonna wrap up this one. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. We'll just have to keep going. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really, but by chance I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. He was an unscrupulous investor. It was no concern of mine. He was low on scruples. I love unscrupulous because it's like, yeah, you don't have any scruples. Like, scruples, that's not a word. I don't care who you are. Scruples? Come on. It's like a fucking fake word that would say in like an Adult Swim show. Like, oh, he's low on scruples. You gotta fill up the scruples. I love it.
He was not of scruples.
Okie dokie. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Or perhaps he had something on you? Maybe blackmail, perhaps? Not to mention excellence in fraud. Odd to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrine certainly has a mind like no other. I love his hand. It reminds me a little, I guess any game that really has a, what do you call it? I mean, you could just say fake arm, but there's a certain word I'm trying to think of. apparatus. But, like, specifically, Lies of P and Sekiro both have, like, the prosthetic, that's it, prosthetic arm as a gameplay mechanic. It looks really cool. Very steampunk. I like it. I like it. I feel like he could put a big harpoon on it and then grab me and do a big slam move. Or grapple hook away from the big monkey.
Hold it!
It's clear that you both have scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? He's got a lot of orange keywords for, I don't know, for a witness.
It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. Look at how devious this little character is. Look how devious he is. Can we not use that little devious smile as evidence? Must have planned this all from the outset. But in any case,
it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been
a trick.
Hold it!
Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin!
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me.
The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It's beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman, then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Huh? What?
I said, what are you thinking?
Oh, I wasn't.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, no, nothing. Well, I mean, basically the joke I just made. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Do we have a portrait of the victim? Can I... I'm not allowed to look at my people? Okay.
Hold it!
It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes.
Oh, wait, that's a... Okay, that's a blatant just objection right there. I know what to object with that. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes in the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
What a surprise!
I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come to buy that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
He has a minus and a plus, which is interesting. Is that just meant to be, like, representative of, like, magnets, I guess? Or is that gonna have, like, a deeper meaning? Was he referencing the Nintendo Switch?
Maybe.
And he had a broken vertebrae as a result of the fall from a considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing some research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic scientists not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny.
They got his movement so down. So good. Oh yeah, head first, buddy? Oh, is that true? Is that right? Well,
Objection!
you'd be interested to see this. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves, actually. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained some damage in one particular spot.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
Oh, I just remembered, you guys. Okay, well, it was definitely the waxwork model that was used as the lookalike. So, the professor can't have been Anti-Grav. God damn it, my theory has been burned to a crisp. Not that it was that good anyways. It was just kind of compelling to me. But it seems that the professor looked like Odai, Mr. Odai, as man. His head was obviously clasped into a metal casing after the whole event. Nobody went inside the Crystal Tower afterwards to preserve it. And so that would have given this funky little fella enough time to swoop in, swap the bodies, grab the head, bounce, and return the body to Cusples without checking for the glass that was in the suit from the tower. I got it, but damn it, I was really wishing he was the professor, but I guess it might be too early to reveal that. Maybe. Maybe we'll see who it is. Or maybe we won't even know.
That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? Okay, I am a crazy person. My brain does not work like regular brains do. But he is using a lot of highlighted words. I'm like way more than usual. I'm not crazy about that. Like, so many. What is up with you, buddy boy? Not looking too robotic now with all that sweat, are ya?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't actually a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Yeah, okay, okay. What is wrong with you? The re of the GAA was highlighted? Is that supposed to be like a change in tone? Do I key that into the voice acting? I don't know. Fucking Banjo-Kazooie.
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well...
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed into the tower tail first.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell headfirst.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above the ground.
Which was approximately 18 meters.
If then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, would it be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed?
Ha 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 ha. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long.
I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Von Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who's deceived a personal friend of his.
If you're going to establish this deception, do it right.
Sorry?
I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates.
What? Well, it seems to me the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all.
Ugh, I nearly had him there.
A little head wobble as well. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Objection!
Okay. Okay. I mean, that's clearly it. I guess I just gotta press it first. Uh-huh. Do we have confirmation of the height of the stage? Anywhere? Uh-huh. No, we don't. Okay.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on the stage in front of the audience. Yeah, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage. That's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere.
The balloon that exploded was at the altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell.
And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yeah. So we can't... Unless I need to press and then present. I will risk one more just in case that is what they want us.
Objection!
Okay. Just trying it. I never know with Ace Attorney. They could pull some kind of stuff like that sometimes, you know? Who knows? Now let's press that last statement before I forget and then make a fool of myself and yell at the top of my lungs for something that was clearly my fault, as I like to do. So, you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point.
Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound.
Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. Yeah. Maybe we gotta show the diagram instead of the photo. Maybe?
Objection!
Ah! This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. To, like, show that the size of the stage is the same as the size between the balloon and the tower. Or, like, close. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see there's one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet.
No.
He looks so worried. Sorry, Mr. Trevor, your puppy dog eyes won't work on me.
But it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Don't remind me, I'm just drinking my Rockstar Zero Sugar Watermelon Kiwi fruit flavor. Yes, it's very good. Oh, continue on, don't mind me.
Judge, if you could maybe hold off on the slurping.
Sorry, of course.
Yes, my lord, of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this diagram.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, counsel.
It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. Hehe, look at me. Look at me. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage, and the only one seen by the audience, would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection! My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design.
Yeah, we do. We do, and you gave it to us, buddy boy.
You literally gave us the evidence, bro. You fool!
You fool!
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, that's true. However, the stage still stands. and take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Kill that guy, me! Okay, me. I don't know if there's any mods here, so I can't, like, yell orders at them.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Why did nobody do that already? Why is that not already done? Ah, Ace Attorney. Dr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. That is a Gumshoe level fucking investigation.
Gumshoe, you're telling me you found a giant hole underneath the experimentation stage and you didn't investigate it? For what reason? For what purpose?
Well, you see, pal, I was tired. I needed my fish and chips, and, well, it kind of just slipped my mind, really.
Alright, you're actually gonna have to pay me for working this month.
Yeah, pal, really?
Yes.
Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmund's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
I love the new. I love that. It's like he was always supposed to be there.
My learned friend has reached the end of this wild... the end of his wild assertions. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely.
Why did he say slowly like that?
Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. Your argument fails to hold water as my hallowed chalice fails to hold grape... wine. We'll just say wine. Because of my big, meaty claws. On 2 accounts.
2? 2 whole accounts? Oh, that's too many to debunk!
Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Dr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
If it dropped beneath there, then, like, he could have easily switched them from the beneath because nobody knew there was a hole there. So, actually, your argument doesn't really hold much wine, Mr. Van Zeeks. Actually, it obviously fell into a secret little passageway where he could have easily switched them without anybody noticing.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is the distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
Motive. Do I have to think of everything myself? Yes. You know, usually it would be a group effort, but, yeah, you're the main character, Ryunosuke. Sorry, pal. It's all up to you, I'm afraid. Nobody else really cares.
I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Van Zeeks? The contract which Dr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Dr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all the I'm just going to skip that hard word. I'm too I'm above it. I can read it. Of course, I'm Von Zieks, after all. From government grants or other income. 30%, certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmund's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Okay, so... Well, then... You could be the Reaper. Perhaps. Perhaps he's the Reaper, then. The Sacred Reaper. Because I already... As I understood, the victim was a criminal that Van Zieks failed to get put away because the jury was bribed. So it would make sense that he would then be a target of the Reaper, whoever that is. This guy, you know, he's a creepy freakazoid little character here, so definitely a suspect. Yep, hold on, guys. 1 second.
I'm back. My groceries came. My groceries appeared at my doorstep.
Yeah, I could have gone with my dad to do groceries, but you know, I coulda, but then I wouldn't have been able to stream. Ugh. And I didn't really want to leave it for tomorrow. I really wanted to play today. So, you know. Alright. So, see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmund's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Bleh. Ugh.
Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done something is, as you suggest, is nil.
Ugh.
It seems the defeater's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Von Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
It's true. It's all true! The investor, Mr. Odiasman, hereby enters a contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. Well, I guess maybe the clause could be that it's referring to the instantaneous kinesis machine, and the machine he built was not that. And two other specifications. That's my only guess as to what the contradiction here could be. Unless there's something about the the signing that's different to their actual signatures or something like that. I don't know. Trevor had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower. He couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Okay, ha. Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Objection! Is it really, though?
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first.
It's like, oh shit, I thought he forgot about that. Oh shit.
I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Yeah, the victim was definitely involved somehow. He definitely was in on the plan. It doesn't really make any sense that he would turn on him, especially with the point they brought up. So, I was gonna say earlier that Mr. Odiah's man could have still been alive. You know, if Odiah's man is actually the professor, which is seemingly more and more possible with his look-alike being the, you know, wax model of the professor, you know, he had to been in on it. But then the body they have has to be him, right? They definitely have his body, unless that got whisked away like Kazuma. I don't know.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
Accomplice now? Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? Do I do the thing that I said I was gonna do, or do I back off? Name the accomplice. Well, I'm gonna say it's Odie. So how much are they gonna punish me here? Like all of my points? Because then I should probably save. Just in case. I don't know how far it's gonna put me back if I reset.
Counsel,
Huh? Oh, my lord?
you have received a stock warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Boom, boom, pff, boom, pff, boom, boom, pff.
Take that!
Who is this person? Someone intimately related with the crime, my lord. And someone you surely wouldn't say you don't know. Yes, thank you. I am aware of this person, obviously, but on what basis do you claim felonious involvement?
Okay, there's only one. Okay, do you want me to explain my opinion here? I thought it would have been a fun twist if Mr. Odie Asman, you know, fell through as planned, made his way up the tower to then take, you know, be swapped with his body double, and then he was backstabbed and killed then and there. I feel like that would have explained away the switching of the bodies, because he could have just done it himself and walked over up there. But I guess that does provide another bit of a little, you know, as how would he have gotten there? There are people on watch, but that was my idea.
It must have been Susato-san! I don't want to say it was Albert.
Who's the accomplice? Esmeralda? Well, no, because her thing was stolen, right? Or allegedly stolen. No, because she seemed genuinely disturbed by that. Courtney Scythe?
It was you, Von Zeeks. I know it was you.
The Masked Man. Who else could it have been? I mean, Albert's the only one, really, right? Albert had to have been... No, I guess he didn't. No, we're trying to prove his fucking innocence. Why would we... The Balloon Man! For the balloon! Maybe? I'm gonna just throw it to the wind. Ah, damn it. It wasn't Balloon. It wasn't Balthazar Loon. Alright, I'll just throw Albert, see if that's right. Okay, yeah. Who is this person? Okay, good. Would it have been Kazuma then? I guess I should just...
Guilty.
Oh, sorry, wait.
Guilty.
I missed my chance to load.
Guilty. Guilty.
That's how the magician sounds?
Guilty. Kill me.
Alright. Well, shit. Objection! Aw, dang it. Objection! Aw, dang it. Objection! Aw, dang it. There we go. I'm not locked in. I have no idea. Who could have snuck him past all those police is another question, but I don't want to say Gregson. He's a good lad. Courtney Scythe, yeah. Let's just say Esmeralda. Damn it! I mean, I was not. I was like 10% sure on that one. Like there was no belief in that at all. That was just a throw to the wind. Male Strongheart was the guy who helped him. I don't know. Oh wait, I should try Kazuma. Sorry, I didn't try Kazuma. It was Kazuma. I'm literally going through everyone. I don't know. Is it obvious? Am I crazy? Is this supposed to be obvious? don't answer if I'm crazy, but is it supposed to be obvious? Am I just so unlocked in right now? Am I so loopy?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Hey, you've been here for almost every single Ace Attorney stream. 94 streams, bro. You stuck around. It was obviously Iris. Okay. It was Bohemian Boy. No, he revealed the green balloon. Courtney Scythe.
Take that!
Really? It was Courtney Scythe? Okay, I'd love to hear the evidence of this, because I did not suspect her in the slightest. Other than her name is Scythe, and she was involved with the earlier case. I suppose she was involved with the, with this. Courtney Stevens is obviously a pseudonym. It's obviously Scythe. Courtney S. But really? Scythe? Okay. I actually do want to hear what the evidence here is. Other than that.
What's wrong, my Nepalese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her as in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Yeah, I mean, I'm against you. I don't even understand this logic. I'm sure you'll tell me in a second. I'll be like, oh. Or I'll be like, that's bullshit. It's one of those two, so.
I'm sure it'll be all right, Mr. Naruhodo. You forget I could read your thoughts? That's right. I know what you... I know about the thing.
The thing?
The thing.
Thank you, Miss Susato. Now let us never talk about the thing again.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy.
That's actually a good line. I like that. All right then, here goes.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Oh. Yeah, she probably whisked away the body, like I said earlier, because of the coroner aspect. So she would have gotten the body, and then would have been like, yeah,
it's got a couple broken ribs here, broken vertebrae. Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah. Yep. That's correct.
Does anybody want to second check her work? That's probably fine. She's probably not dubious.
What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim.
We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Well, yeah. I mean, I literally said, you know, throw off, you know, it needs to be somebody involved with the police so that they could get in and out without being detected. And then proceeded to not use that little bit of info that I just uncovered. It's like, yeah, it was Kazuma. It had to be. Look at him. He's evil now. Classic. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Where's your hydrate?
You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there and dragging the odds name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the one very well. There's no better 10-room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. The recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem?
Oh my word, how ironic.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
Oh, that was easy. It was the waxwork from the Madame Tuspel's museum. Yeah. It's crazy, I know.
What?
Oh, and she would have been one of the only people who knew what he looked like because she dealt with the other guy's body. Oh.
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
Yeah, that's true. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages, and there must have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I have an answer yet, do I? What can I do to reveal how this double stunt was achieved? Let's see. Well, we have the head. Is that good enough?
Fuck it! Caution to the wind! Present evidence!
Oh, yeah, we could also... If this doesn't work, we can present maybe Miss Tuspels herself. Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence! I do hope this isn't a filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
Aha! The body double inside the birdcage was...
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated in the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower.
Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
My versions are elaborate. Bro's saying teleportation's real. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact...
It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You ready for this? Just steel yourself and come out with it.
Thank you, Miss Susato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Oh, we have the whole thing here with us. Great, thanks, Mr. Naruhodo. You could have told us we had the whole thing here. Looks so cool.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. And then kiss me.
Okay. Everything but the last part.
Now tell me, what are you playing at?
Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor.
Objection!
Oh, die as man, never actually died as man.
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime, and now you've moved on to indicting waxworks.
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
What you're gonna look like when I'm done with you. I locked you in the basement. If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
We got you now, boy.
How long is this court? It seems like this court's not gonna actually be that long. We're making pretty headstrong progress here.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then gave it back. But now the reason's clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal?
I'm glad they didn't go ding, 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 ding over all the jurors, just 2 of them. Thank you.
That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience.
Yeah, that sums it up pretty good.
And that to affect the description. Sorry, to affect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim.
Well, you gotta take off the helmet first. Duh.
Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Oh, finally, the summation examination. I've been waiting.
Objection!
Objection! Don't listen to that man!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will you state your leanings for the court?
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Sorry, did I run out of my
Guilty!
objections? Did I run out of my objection points? Is it game over? Game over?
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was gonna happen.
We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo. We always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure.
Yes, I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual. Oh shit, it's 6 o'clock. Hold on. The page is gone! No! Stop! The page is gone! No, Nintendo! Don't screw me over like this. Hold on, hold on, hold on. The whole website's fucking down. God damn it. Shit. How am I supposed to get my GameCube controller now?
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you to now state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which you has decided the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork...
That's what my eyeing was about. I've been very sneezy. As you've been most unfortunate to hear, I apologize. Ugh. Oh, God. I'm gonna have to blow my nose. Give me a second. Better.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner.
I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
Okay. That's your reason for going and not... for going guilty? What? You just admitted to having suspicions. Why are you going guilty? Okay.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences, he's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it is Mr. Asmund's body double.
Yeah, the applause is deafening. Yes, I know it seems extraordinary. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone else yet realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Don't even act like you can't read my thoughts, Susato-san. Pretending your niceties. Just read my thoughts already. I know you're doing it. I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Really? Huh. Okay.
Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you're ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Alright, let's get to it.
Hold it!
The order of things seem to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when each must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Kills times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now, and she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right, about 10 years ago it was now. When I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I'll tell you.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all to hold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were full of vim and piss and vinegar.
Well, that's coming across loud and clear.
It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
I know that's not your voice, but it was getting dangerously too close to the old man, so...
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand the case. Now, what did I do originally? It was kind of like a... I don't know, it was like an Irish-Scottish kind of thing? I don't know. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Polar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. It was the evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
It was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. God, ma'am. Please put your honkers away. I can't think. Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he?
True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh, hey, look at that. The American pre-orders for Switch 2 just came out. I knew that was happening today. Well, if you are gonna parade for a pre-order, I hope you get it. I know the American pre-orders are gonna be kind of scuffed, so, you know, I hope it doesn't sell out too quickly. And you all can get your pre-orders, and if you are indeed partaking, I got mine pre-ordered day of when it got announced, and Switch 2s are still available here in New Zealand, so... Hey, there you go!
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and his coroner woman. Perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, literally. Pretty, progressive, juror number 2.
I've had my own problems with members of the police.
Hold it!
What sort of problems?
Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Let's say I pick a few pockets and then, well, they're up my arse like a bunch of unwanted urchins.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity with our audiences. So we perform our green magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Got something to say about that, pal? That's true. He is standing right there.
What if the prosecution and the defense started making out all over the table? Oh, that would be quite something.
I mean,
Oh, sorry. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Or are you calling a mass murderer?
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny?
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly, you do.
But back in my day, the good old days, it wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner in question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it.
Do we know exactly what Grandpa... Sorry, this is so weird. I was just thinking about it. But do we know exactly what grandparent Mr. Naruhodo is to Phoenix Wright? Like, is he the great-grandparent, the great-great? He's definitely not just the grandparent. I think he's definitely at least 1 or 2 greats. Is that ever confirmed? Curious about that. Because this is taking place in, like, 1901 or whatever. So, you know, it's only 100-odd years. I don't know. Depends on what. Depends on when he gets started fucking, I guess.
She was the best, and the apple of the force's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Oh, sorry, you got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name.
Oh, never mind, not pseudonym, just part of her actual name. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married. Oh. Got it. She's married? Oh wait, she has a daughter. That's not a surprise.
Of course, yes. Silly me, it's Scythe now, isn't it?
Well then who's her husband? He's a suspicious little character with the last name Scythes. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel?
So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in return has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And, through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I must very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does it have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor.
The professor's... but the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Stevens? Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Stay alive.
It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Dr. Drebber... Oh, I keep accidentally calling him Dr. Drebber. Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
Do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. These are most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Baboom! That's so one not guilty.
Right, we can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's a cloud of suspicion hanging over the Yard's best coroner.
2 make that.
As like as you might do, but we will still uphold the justice in the end.
I mean... The boob window's doing her wonders. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. No rigorous proof that the waxwork was ever inside the bird cage. The bird cage? Oh, whoops. So I've already pressed everybody. Oh, wait, did I press everybody? Did I press the kid? I don't think I pressed the kid. Oh, wait, I didn't press the fat controller either.
Hold it!
Hold on. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. Well, there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you giving me this cage appeared from amidst an explosion. There have been no need to use a real person. While the waxwork had been used, the culprit could have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim.
But I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. Oh yeah, I'm sure it's the darker hair and makeup, and definitely not something else. Yeah, definitely not.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you'll need to give us some evidence. Without that, well, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means that his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence.
Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Oh, yes, we can. Yes. I have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
No. I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So, given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Double glass.
Take that!
The glass.
What's that? A piece of glass? Limits unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass. It's very thick and clearly made extra strong. Made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy fucking shit!
Exactly, holy fucking shit! The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window of that special glass.
From which the small piece originated. Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say colour shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I will oblige to change my position on the matter.
Definitely a racist.
In that case, sir, number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
Okay. Do you want to go not guilty then? Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Our words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude.
Ah.
What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks? To the matter of all academic subjects?
What is it about scientists, honestly?
Jim's in trouble about right evidences. He's not a proper job, is he? Oh, have it.
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you?
Can you come? He's been coming back on the farm. Picked him off me on my way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yeah, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial?
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these.
So this kid, is this like the kid from that corn, like TikTok?
I love corn.
That guy? Same kid?
Whenever I have something big to decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about the cob of corn?
Nibble, nobble, guilty bobble, nibble, not guilty out, nibble, nibble, guilty bobble, nibble, not guilty out, nibble, nobble, guilty bobble, nibble, not guilty out, nibble, nobble, guilty bobble, nibble, not guilty out. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home?
So Professor Hairbrain's fate is decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. My time's already full already.
Amazing. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Maybe this and the Fat Controller, I guess?
Objection!
No. Shid. Shid! It's not Corn Girl, is it? She didn't amend her testimony. He amended his. Well, that is evidence. I could try it. Maybe?
Objection!
Okay, it was. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, two statements do you prefer?
Well, I hope you're okay after that one, Judge. If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5.
Oh, you mean me?
Yeah, I don't think anybody else has corn here. You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you.
Oh, is that right?
Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument?
I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest.
Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further.
Thank you. Didn't make sense that we just gotta get the kid in on it, I guess.
Well, me too then.
Sorry?
If this brainy gentleman says it's alright, then it must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Yippee! Yippee! Success! Hooray!
Success, if you can call it that.
Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of this initial examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 which called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. And the trial must continue. Of course.
We did it!
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
The waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
True. If the court was to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner?
Madame Tusples. I really thought Lord Van Zeeks would object to the whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tusples to appear as a witness, with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Yeah?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
Wait, Van Zeeks even knows? Okay, alright. I'm dragging it into the light. Kicking, screaming, I don't care. We're getting to the bottom of this mystery. I guess the professor was duly involved with his upbringing as a prosecutor, so, I guess it makes sense that he would know.
Court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tusples, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I play Angry Birds on your phone?
No.
But we have 45 minutes! I can't wait that long!
Fine.
Ah, the knight errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs as a spectator, at least. When you named all those different random suspects for the alleged co-conspirator, it was priceless. I knew, of course, the whole time you were just pranking the judge, of course. You always knew it was Miss Scythes who was really the co-conspirator, didn't you? Yeah. Yes.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense! What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
I might have gone too hard on that one.
I'm fine, I'm chill.
Oh, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew this monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies.
As it turns out, Lord Von Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth.
I just thought of an idea. This is just a random idea. But, what if his brother was the professor? Huh? You know, and then his death was staged as he was caught. So that it wouldn't tarnish their name. Huh? Mayhaps. It's an idea. A crazy one, but...
An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
You make it sound so deliberate.
I can't help but feel that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Von Zeeks. It seems that everybody in this trial has a link to the case somehow.
Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Oh, that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me. Hello, it's me. Oh. Hey. What up? Dr. Scythe! Run for it! There's someone out to find you. What to do, just grab on to some DuckTales.
Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nay, Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. It was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson.
Mommy, sorry, Mommy, sorry, Mommy, sorry, Mommy, sorry, Mommy. Wait, didn't I make that joke yesterday? I think I did. I mean, she does exude mommy energy. Too bad she's evil. Ah, all the good ones are. Like the clown girl.
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me.
Oh, well, then yes. If he's okay with sharing it.
She is quite canonically a MILF. A MILF, yes, correct. It's canonic that we don't like to, you know, be that little snake on her hand.
To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit with what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible.
Okay.
Lord Von Zeeks won't be summoning me as witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
What? Is it because Von Zeek's brother was the professor? Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I could probably come up with 1,000 different theories and it wouldn't even be close to what crazy shit's about to go down.
But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box.
Well, I don't have any idea what the planet from Borderlands has anything to do with this, but I'm sure it's nothing. Mr. Naruto, I'm sure it means nothing. You should definitely bark up this tree, my friend.
Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent whether you'd like it to or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. See, that was a 45-minute conversation, with 10 minutes cut out of Miss Susato playing Angry Birds on your phone, which is quite an impossibility. It should not be here in this time period. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
Maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Like a hound of Baskerville, if you will. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
All right, I understand. Thank you.
Good, good. I shall make myself scarce, then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on it as you gnaw to the truth.
Yeah, you purchased it. I like how it says Shomes Caramel now, with your face on it. Wait, is this licensed? How are you poor? How are you poor? How are you poor? You have licensed yourself out to be on a bar of caramel. That's probably your fucking recipe. Your surrogate daughter writes stories of your great cases and makes plenty of money, enough to pay the inspector who shows up. And you're still low on money? How many investments are you making every day, Mr. Shomes? Maybe a bit of financial safety is what you need. Maybe an accountant is what you have to hire. Because you obviously... I don't know what you're doing.
I don't know what you mean, Mr. Naruhodo. All of those business expenses were very much well worth every penny. I needed all of those dildos for one of my great deductions. I had to have at least 40,000 of them. If not, how would I have gotten to the end of the case of the, well, the beloved case of the dry pickle?
What did that warning from Mr. Shomes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Also, why didn't he just buy the cucumbers instead of... Why? Surely that would have been cheaper. It's time for the final chapter, then. Buying as many caramel bars that are his own brand as Gregson buys fish and chips. Very true. I'm still a little mad in the last game when he, like, made the whole indent and other disc, that never came into play. I thought that was such a cool little ingenuity that he had, and then it had no say on anything. It was crazy. Maybe he's planning something now with that little bit of caramel. I don't know. Maybe he's going to make a funny little key. I don't know who this little Cosmo fella is. Who is he really? A little hooded fella. He's going through a little phase right now. You know? I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. After Kazuma and Naruhodo broke up due to him being hit on the bed frame, he hasn't taken the breakup very well. Now he looks like that. A bit of an overreaction, if you ask me. I mean,
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution are ready and able to continue. The prosecution's ready, my lord.
yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This terrible trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Japanese is involved, my lord.
Okay, fair, but also I've been right every single time, have I not? Okay, bar the case with Mr. McGilded, but that was my first case, okay? Beginner's unluck.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was commonly involved in the matter. Lord von Zeeks. My lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tusples? Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
75% of the time, exactly.
Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tusples to the stand.
Things are about to become a whole lot more intense. If Trevor's responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Stop reading my mind, Susato-san! It's creepy!
Well, when I pretended not to, you just got mad at me anyways.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Wow. Was that Sholmes?
State your name and occupation for the court, please.
Yeah, yes it is. I mean, makes sense. Can't have him standing there all day.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tusples. I'm a waxwork artisan. And the properties of the Madame Tusples Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me as I'm for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
Ah, my beautiful doppelganger! Please, Tusples, you must allow me to shake the man's hand once he's finished.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model kidnapped? Sorry, stolen's a better word for it.
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand that now it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. O'Dyer's man.
I can't not say his name like that. It's too silly. You can't have a character named Die as Man and not have me say that every time.
Of course, I know him well. He's a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say that what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but maybe if you squinted. Perhaps their faces are very similar?
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key.
Please don't make that face at me, Madam Tusples. Okay? Or I will have to lunge across the courtroom. Please, withhold. I have to loosen my tie.
I've here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it wouldn't be the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret.
All right, so it's got to be a recognizable character. His brother's not a bad guess. I don't know. I throw out accusations all the time.
There's no possible way the repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem you're unaware of the Tusples principles.
What principles?
The family Tusples has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tusples waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tusples family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that's true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death. Actually, the guillotine site. At the guillotine site. You're correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tusples will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It's the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject.
Tusples, please. I cannot contain, okay? Stop doing that. Stop shushing me, because I will not stay shushed.
It has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
The true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tusples special exhibit remains extremely popular, even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. Also, could you say the last three words of your last sentence whilst holding your finger to your lips? For a friend, of course. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
I need to hydrate after that. I'm too thirsty. Ooh.
I mean, I'm thirsting over her way more than I'd thirst over her sights. I mean, if that says something about me, so be it.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumour that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mould for the head in the cemetery just before the incident. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I would be discovered.
The gravedigger, the man sanctioned this.
I will do all that's necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumours in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based on the picture of this article. It was the most detailed account of what had happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Asmund was the illustrator? Okay, this goes too deep. We're going so deep here.
This is from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
Oh. That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Oh, shit.
Hold it!
And that rumor would be...
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Ah, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course, it couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead, that is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumour was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night, after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this fell to scream, welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder.
Ooh, a gunshot, eh?
The bullet struck the emerging corpse and he fell motionless once more.
Eh? We didn't hear this part before.
The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
Do you think Van Zeeks is thinking to himself right now?
Okay, her brain isn't guilty, but there can't be a way this is related to anything. Surely, this is all just a big coincidence. But I have no problem indicting my friend.
Well, actually, I think he knew from the start that we would succeed. I think he knew that he was innocent. And he just had to be there to believe his hypothesis so that the trial would actually go through with the jury. And he knew that we would take it and that we were trustworthy or whatever. I think. I'm pretty sure he said something to that effect when he was talking to Hairbrain. Like he said something about us, I think. Now he's relying on us. He could never tell us face to face, but... The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him? Who was it?
Yeah, exactly. Is a modern... Well... I guess a pre-modern day Edgeworth. Out for the truth.
Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story.
God, I love her hair. I love everything about your design.
The good people of London, they love stories like this.
She kind of reminds me a little bit of Rosalina. Just a little bit. I think it's just the hair covering the other side. Yeah. Yeah, he did. It was just nice to hear it from him as well.
That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? Mad sheep rampage? Let's read that. Locals reported most circumstance in which folded sheep were seized with sudden fright and leapt from field and pens, not even of the empire. Okay. Was the ball mask to blame for the great blaze? Is that a, kind of nod to Mask to Mask? Isn't that how Mask to Mask was spelled? The fire that engulfed the popular theater continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theater's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theater had been under lease to famed magician John Henry Anderson, and there is some speculation that the blame of the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding his ball mask there. Could his magical tricks have played a trick on him, costing the city a great center for the arts? Yeah, I mean, we're playing these all for the first time, so I have no idea. Oh! Bah! What does that one say? Darwin to receive something. Hold on, I want to read the story of the Great Stink. Wait, I didn't even see that. The Great Stink? Let's read that story. That's probably more interesting. The Great Stink. Ooh. Is that like the cheese touch from Tired of the Wimpy Kid? The Great Stink.
That special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something's described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as people from Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
Uh-oh. Nick Drebber's awesome.
It's not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry.
10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. But what if he wasn't? I mean, we saw Kazuma dead, but now he's right there, on the other side of me. He's over there. Sure, he has amnesia, but he's standing right there.
It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
An impression of the visage was taken direct.
Oh. Right.
Hold it!
That was just one press. I forgot. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Come.
I don't know how to say that in a French way. I mean,
Comka.
no!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminals better than wax.
It's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
How'd you manage to get Barrick to pose for her, for his wax model? I mean, you know, I mean, he's allowed to have a little pride. Yeah, he was after that paycheck, all right. You know how expensive all those wine bottles are and how frequently he smashes them in court? That's not cheap. He probably gets a lot for being a prosecutor, but, you know.
One of the finest wines.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspels. Enlisted the aid of the gravedigger.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem that proprietress of this repository for novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
True, true. Had to have a side business going. I mean, even Shomes has his caramel.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him to record this history. It's the raison d'etre of the Duspels Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. He worked as a Subway guy.
Would you like your bread toasted? Would you like extra onions on that? Rye or white bread?
Could just imagine Ryunosuke ordering the most fucking extravagant sandwich, note the man at him just staring daggers at him. I think it needs more onions.
That's all the onions we have, my learned friend.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden a true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactement. Exactement. I hid myself until he gave me the signal.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin.
Well, I'm glad you're telling the truth, but I'm kind of wishing you'd maybe avoided those comments. Maybe, I mean, dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of a visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It's because of rigor mortis.
I was waiting for that. Wriggly Mortis? What does a Wriggly Tortoise have to do with this?
It's the name given to the phenomenon that occurs to the recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begins to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible.
I was actually going to say that when she mentioned the body was getting soft. I was like, well, shouldn't it be the opposite? But soft, then hard.
Like my...
Never mind.
And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. Mr. Naruhodo, please stop thinking that. You know I can read your mind, right? Please. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education. If a slightly scary one.
As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it's very difficult to do my work.
Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Really, that doesn't get you going, Rinosuke? I mean, it is the sole proprietor of your profession. As someone who only deals with, you know, murder cases. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tusples. It's significant! The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including that in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely... grave.
This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato. I'd love it if Mr. Shomes just started laughing in the public gallery. That would be good. And it's just completely quiet, except for him laughing.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr.
It took me a very long time because of the, because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Alright. That doesn't... go against any evidence, does it? Ow. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Confirmed at midnight. Did we get a time? Midnight. Maybe we gotta dig that time out.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said it starts with the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, that exact duration depends a little on the situation. Or the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed on the subject.
No. That is elementary knowledge of the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it. But maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
Oh, I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
Stop reading my mind!
It's really not really reading your mind. You just tell a lot with your facial expressions.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
Cover my eyes.
Hold it!
But I don't want to. You say that dawn was approaching? What's the time of day then? Approximately.
Well, I could not say. When I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Okay. Numbers, people! Numbers! Ah. Ooh, 440. Well, that would have been after rigor mortis, then. Because that would have been at 3.
Indeed, first light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Shum seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
I wonder. Yes! 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 Put it in your testimony right now.
Sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
It's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
Can I then, you know...
Objection!
No? The midnight death is... it has nothing to do with this? Really?
Really? Do I have to press it? Do I have to press the new testimony?
Hold it!
Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something?
I'd paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area.
Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too, then?
I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh?
The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began sculpting your work.
Hey, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding.
Okay. And that's a contradiction. Could you add that to your testimony with the exact time so that I'm allowed to object? Unless I'm completely off base here, but it seems like that's what we're going after. Maybe I gotta press the other one too. Unless I got added now. No.
Hold it!
Or maybe I just do it on this one, I don't know. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts in the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right?
Oui, c'est ça. Of course, that exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize... Uh-huh. Did I already press that? Just checking. Yeah, okay. Alright! I will... do that. And see if that's it.
Objection!
Okay, there we go. Madam Tusples? I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. But, like, shouldn't we be objecting at the time rather than the rigor mortis? I mean, I know it's both related. Ah, it doesn't matter. It's for the same reason I presented, I'm pretty sure.
Is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. So... he got hung, quote-unquote. Came out of the grave. So I'm guessing the gunshot must have been what killed him then. Not the hanging. Maybe the hanging never took place. Completely contradict one another.
Qui?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tusples was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at the time, rigor mortis had yet to set in. Am I correct so far, madam?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June.
No. That's 12 days after the Switch 2 is going to be launched. It cannot be. Is it related? It's also a month before Donkey Kong Bonanza comes out. Is it related?
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in.
Oui, yes, you're quite right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
Yes, supposedly, the Silk Song release, supposedly. Allegedly. I'm not falling for that anymore, okay? I will not believe that Silk Song is out until I have it in my hands, in my grasp. Until I am holding the controller, controlling that lovely little hornet. Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly, you guys! Allegedly it's coming out!
In other words, this report is wrong. Or her testimony is wrong. We'll say the report, because that goes with our story.
Objection! No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
Ooh, if Silksong does actually come out this year, I'm going to have to do my replay of Hollow Knight much sooner. I better get on to buying that new, not new, the physical version. Because I want a PlayStation edition. So yes, I'm going to double dip again. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible. Did you know, Mr. Naruhodo, that Silksong was supposedly coming out for 4 years now? Every year, Xbox has said that it was coming out. Definitely that year. What makes you think this year will be any different?
Well, tomorrow for sure.
Council, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff in Barclay Prison where the execution took place. The heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting? What are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and the other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly, Silksong coming out this year, by the way, allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
My armband! I'm a real defense attorney! Thank you, Bankroll. Oh, that's very sweet, thank you. Thank you, Diddy Kong. Evidence that explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. The article, because it's got Odie Asmon's name, maybe? I don't know.
Take that!
Yes? What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Because he got shot. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now.
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Back me up, Cosima. I mean, my assistant that I don't know the name of, because I was told nothing.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
Maui, the man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness very well.
What? Are you suggesting, Counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right there in front of my eyes.
Who will substantiate your latest claim now then, Counsel? Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
It was Herlock Sholmes. Answer A, Herlock. Answer B, Iris Wilson, who was just born.
I mean,
Take that!
he's seen it all. The Hungry Night, the Pre-Nerf Charms, Hollow Knight, the Silk Song. He's been there for everything, man. From the start. The man in question is Mr. Anti-Grav.
Trevor. The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. I love these characters so much. Whenever you have like a new setting for an Ace Attorney game, you never really know, but they always knock it out of the park. Ace Attorney 7 has to have a flashback case with all of these characters. Please, man, please. I don't necessarily want maybe a third Great Ace Attorney game, but at least like a flashback case, like Wright is reading like an old case file from his ancestor or something, would be really cool. You know? But then again, a third Great Ace Attorney game's not a bad idea. I'm not opposed to it. The mystery of the Team Cherry incident shall be solved with the help of the video game pirate, Anti-Grav. There are actually 2 DLC cases that aren't in the localization? Real? What? There's more Ace Attorney I'm not allowed to play, including the Professor Layton? Oh! Well, time to download the very legal fan translation that probably already exists. I know I can emulate them, you know. I don't like emulating stuff. It's a little hard, and my computer's not the greatest. And I don't want Nintendo to think I'm a little emulator, do I? Surely they'll re-release it. Maybe, perhaps, perchance. For $80? Perchance you would re-release Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright for $80? Maybe? Always remember, emulation is legal. If that video game is not being currently sold easily, it's very much sustainable morally. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave beside the tomb. Oh, the condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. You gotta give him credit. Pinstripe pants in the dead of night. I mean, what a play. And that young man, Detective Gumshoe, is a 10-year younger Mr. Anti-Grav. Oh my god, she's even doing like a little leg twist.
Order! Sorry, Lord Counsel. Hey, pals, what's going on? It's me, Detective Gumshoe. I'm actually the witness in this case. Hey, pals, what's going on? I'm here with my, my time-traveling machine here, and I'm actually here back in time. Yep. Trevor was there in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about Mr. Trevor? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. The DLC case is on YouTube, either having an English fan dub or English fan subs. So it's DLC of this game?
What situation?
The theft of Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago. Oh, yeah, he could definitely make a homemade TARDIS. I mean,
It's me, pals. I'm a little bit of a handyman. Sure, I'm a bit of a subpar detective. But, well, I think I'm a great detective, and so does Bird, but, well, Mr. Edgeworth always tells me I'm subpar. I don't really know what that means, but, I made this little TARDIS right here. It fits in the palm of your hand, and, well, you can go back whenever you want. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
My name's Ryunosuke.
Uh-oh. Listen, if you ever meet your great-great-grandson, you should insist that he's named Phoenix Wright. Run with me on this one.
The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago. I've played escapades for the original game. There's escapades for the second one too. We did do escapades as a special bonus for the first game. Was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But that would mean...
Madam Tussballs. It would appear you know the name Anti-Grav.
Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What? Even more backstory? Oh, man.
Oh my!
Oh, good gracious!
Zoinks! Jinkies!
Fuck! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
I don't quite see how that was a catchphrase, Lord Von Zeeks.
Fred's catchphrase is fuck. Everybody knows this.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed at the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man.
A total of 8? Well, if they're the ones just from the first game, then we did all of them. In a row. There's a special bonus VOD up on the YouTube channel. I don't know if Twitch still has it. I don't know how long ago it was. I've lost track of time. I'm just in that suspense between now and the Switch 2. I honestly have no idea what day it is. Thursday? Yes.
In all of the article...
Van Zeeks, you're not the narrator here.
No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. As is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown to the court.
Okay, is there a clown named Mo in that circus? If so, extract him because he was the best character from that case. The rest should probably be incinerated. You're saying that his full name was publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Anti-Grav.
I know, he was the only non-pedophile in that case. I mean, I gotta give him some justice. He was my favorite.
A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable! Bro, his puns were what made him so good. He was so fun to voice as well. I love clowns. I don't understand how people can actually be mad at puns. Yeah, I groan at them, but it's a groan with love. It's a loving groan. I can't help but, admire them. Even if it makes me want to die inside. I couldn't actually be mad at the man.
When I read the article, I went to see the man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Acro. Yeah. He wasn't. But, I mean, the villain wasn't really the part of that case that I remember, really. It was Mo and the age gaps between the people who were fighting over the love interest. You know, most of what surrounding that case was weird, but, like, you know, the characters who weren't, you know, they were fun. I actually don't remember that much about Acro, but I fully remember Mo completely. I'm sad he didn't reappear when they made, like, a sequel case in Investigations 2. I'm sad he didn't come back. Maybe in Ace Attorney 7, Mo.
His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery of the dead of night.
Oh, yeah, no, we did it. I have played every Ace Attorney game up to this point. Bar, Professor Layton. Literally, 1 through Investigation. We've basically done them canonically, I think. Bar this one, because this is like in the 1900s, but 1 through Investigations, through the Apollo trilogy, to here. I think I mentioned it earlier, but I will reiterate how many streams I have on my VOD channel of Ace Attorney. We have 94, including this one. 94 streams. Well over, like, 500 hours, I think. Yep. This is definitely the longest series I've ever done. It doesn't help that they're fairly long, especially if you're an idiot, like me.
Make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So, you went to meet Dr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of a terror from the
Could you reiterate that for the court?
ceremony.
I meant, like, what you meant to say, not... Okay. We'll move on.
So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote. That was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing?
For fun? I don't know.
Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into Crystal Tower. Oh yeah, we have a case! The birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but the same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have been noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report from the victim. For the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Doctor. Why do I always call him Dr. Drebber? I don't know. Mr. Drebber, for fuck's sakes. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why I'm going to cut my own tongue out of my head. Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. He's got a PhD in those funky moves. Yep. That's facts. That's facts. Nobody can beat him at the robot. In fact, he probably invented the robot. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Kazuma really has a blank stare. Like, he has not moved a single inch. He's not shuffled, he's not, like, rearranged. He's just... Are we sure he's not a waxwork as well?
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
He's stiff as hell. Yeah, Ryunosuke knows something about that. I mean, true, he does have amnesia. I mean, really, it's just a blank husk of a human being.
She told us herself, didn't she?
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Does it look like I'm playing a game?
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on any policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Bars. Yes! I mean, no! I mean, yes!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Oh yeah, he is that guy. It's kind of weird whenever it flicks to that. I just noticed it. But it looks like Kazuma's shorter than him, like right next to it, and then in the far out shot, they're the same height, almost. It looks like he's shorter than Van Zieks when he's, like, behind him, but... And then the far out shot, you know. They're kind of, like, the same size. Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely perspective. 100%.
Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe and the forensic investigation team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright, then Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. Yeah, I know. That's why it was kind of weird, because Cosmo's definitely shorter. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. For a second, I thought the head was just sitting there, was just hovering.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
Yeah, that's a pretty big difference then.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised.
Yeah, look how short he is. He's a whole, like, head lower. And then when it was the zoomed out shot, they were like the same height. I don't know if it's entirely perspective. Maybe it was just they just overlooked it.
If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Oh yeah, no. Iris is the tallest character. She just had a really early growth spurt. She's actually just like that character from Breath of the Wild. Wow, fuck, what? Pura. It's basically a Pura, you know? She's actually like over 100. Well, I mean, modern day she is. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It's the belief of the defense
That you're missing a few scruples, mister.
that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I ain't American either, you know. I only understand inches when it's like 19 of them for a certain symbiote. I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
Don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
669. Oh, shit. According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night of following his execution... Yep. I still, yeah, I do not understand that metric at all. I'm glad they had the foresight to use modern metrics in this game as well. Well, you know, canonically as like an extra, so Ryunosuke can also understand. The killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to some very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. Ooh, what you gonna say? What you gonna say? What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. And yet now here we are, 10 years later. Dr. Freeman, and suddenly my story matters in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night for what it's worth. All right.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony please about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. All right, well, before this... Oh, how much longer do I want to go, actually? Ooh. It's already 8 o'clock. I don't want to leave it off, but I can't stay on all night. And I need a pee. What a conundrum. What a conundrum. I don't know. Yeah, I was thinking that, but like, it's getting so good. It's getting so juicy. It's like, yeah, it's a good place to stop off, but it's also like, I really want to hear this. 5-minute pee break. Oh, the pee break will be like 2 seconds. I don't know. How much longer is left in the trial, you guys? Do you guys know? How much longer, approximately? Because preferably, if it's like a 12-hour trial, I would like to take a intermission for a day. One hour and a bit more? 9. 2 hours? Alright. Well then, if that is the case, unfortunately we'll leave it for tomorrow. Because, you know, I gotta get this uploaded and everything so it's ready for tomorrow morning. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. Pinkle and Kaiden and everybody who tuned in. It was very nice to see you all. Well, we will reconvene tomorrow for more Ace Attorney. Again, this is kind of like the only ongoing game where we have right now, other than Pizza Tower, but that's kind of on hold for... I think I'm going to wait till Switch 2, but don't hold me to that. I might change my mind. Yep, he has to wait again. Poor guy. He looks so worried in that regular stance because of his left eyebrow. Sorry, his right eyebrow. But yeah. So we'll be back tomorrow with more Ace Attorney. Hopefully it'll be earlier than today, so we can go a bit longer. Is there anything else that I have to mention? No, I don't think so. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah. If you want to see the rest of the Ace Attorney series, Stimple's Archives on YouTube, if you're interested. There's a lot of content there. And I'm pretty proud of all of it. I mean, this is probably the biggest thing we've ever done. And, you know, I always love doing voices, and I've gotten to do it for a very long period of time. And you guys don't seem to hate it, so that's good. Well, I'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of this case, and most likely the start of the next one. Bye-bye!